Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. How is everyone today? Scroll up a bit. Let's say hi to Tuxedo and Redacted. Hey, Nurglerat. Hey, Apollo. Popaway and PF Dennis. Hey, Rod. Hey, Malfrey and Jaeger. Hey, Boba Bear and Tim. Hi, Bill. Hey, John and Joey. Hey, Nurglerat. Hey, Delmar. Demlar. Darn it, I screwed that up. How is everyone? Hey, Reth. Cheesy Potato and Vinicius. Let me scroll down. Dr. Dave and Poity. How are folks? Hey, Chris. Martin Mitchell, Obi-Wan Kenobi, BBs. I can't even keep up. How you doing, Bob? Hey, Mark. How are you? Thanks for being here. So, Peopoly has a presence in chat here, and Mark is the owner of Peopoly, and they will help to answer any questions that might come up. Tribent is the box underneath it. Yep. I needed something. So, hey, Scope UK and Dave. Hey, Randy. Thomas, thanks for being a member. Armor 3D Printing and Pathetic Puma. All the folks. Everyone should say hi to Peopoly official channel. So, this is unboxed because it's a very heavy printer, and I didn't want to try to do it myself or to try to convince my son to help me on camera. So it is unboxed, but it's not unpacked. So we're gonna do an unpacking today. Hey, Sean and Laura. Hi, Steve, BBs, Tanner, Thomas. Hi, Biney and Little Brat. Sure, I missed some people, but it's inevitable. Yes, Obi-Wan, exactly. It's that. Before we go any too much further, there is a Polymaker filament giveaway. It's in the link, pin post, and the description. This is a production Magneto X. This is not a sponsored stream because this is my pre-order. So I pre-ordered a Magneto X last fall, and was then later offered by Mark to participate in the pre-release testing, final validation testing type stuff, and I did that. The printer that was sent to me for that was back in January, and that has gone on to a new home. So now that this one has come in, and today is just going to be basically go through the process of unboxing it and getting it set up for first print. This is something we've talked about doing on the channel. I was waiting until the production version was here before I wanted to do that. So, because the pre-production went through a lot of changes, the system as a whole has gone through changes over the many months since official release. So, use a Tribent frame for the enclosure for the Magneto X. Well, I mean, I think Tribent will almost fit inside of this. Not quite, but... volume is good. Yes. So thanks to folks after the Discord stream on Thursday, we went in and found a particular spot in Windows where my volume, when I updated to Windows 11 on this machine, it decided to change my mic volume to 79%. So that has been corrected, and I've removed any extra gain in OBS. So hopefully it's good right now. Hey, the GPs. I am going to Earthtopia, or 3D Printopia, formerly known as Earth. Phil, I said I would forget. The Google form needs to be changed. Still says Discord. I did say I would forget, didn't I? Didn't I? Let's fix that real quick. Okay. Form is fixed. Now it's back to saying YouTube name. Hey, Tukuya. Hey, Maganati. Maurice. What about you? Are you going to... Yes, I will be at Earth. I lost track. I need to catch up in chat. Hey, Sergey. So you push the update button. Well, I pushed the update button like 4 months ago. And that probably coincides with when I started being quiet and having volume issues. I also An update to OBS fixed the chat overlay, so it's back to normal. So that was a known issue. Unfortunately, the place that I got the particular CSS set up from that maintains a Discord server, and it was fairly easy and quick to figure out what was going on. Did you find out what happened with the duplicate entries in the last giveaway? No, but I'm just going to keep an eye out for that and probably change the form later to require. Right now, it requires a email address. The Google form logged in to do it. I'm going to just record that email address as the entry. So we will be changing that up, but I'm going to do it on a smaller stream so I don't really screw anything up. So this is the very most up-to-date Magneto that's been released. I received this about 3 weeks ago. Hey, Danny. In the description are links to the product page talking about the printer and its capabilities and options. There is a little unboxing video here that I've kind of reviewed. We won't be watching it on stream today. If I run into any trouble, Peopoly will remind me, or I'll figure it out at some point. Hi, Kudrith and Denise. Poked you in the poke channel with the suggestion it might have been. Okay. Fan ducts for the upgrade, looking sweet. Hey, Dutch dude. Hey, John Tech. So there are things here. There are various options for it too, and kind of back at the most basic information about this printer. The unique thing that differentiates it from other things on the market, and what prompted me to actually buy a pre-built printer, which, as you know, I don't normally do, is the linear motors. No belts. I wanted to get in on that early and check it out, and the pre-release price and the new lower price seemed like a reasonable entry point to try that out. So I did. Obviously, with the help of you folks that support the channel, it enabled me to be able to make that decision without too much extra concern. So appreciated. Belt free, linear motors. We'll look at those a little quicker, a little closer. It does have a tool head, say it's capable of some pretty extreme speeds. I won't comment on those because I don't know for sure. Closed loop, and now the tool head has changed significantly, and you'll see as we get some close-up pictures of that. Way more self-control than I can manage. I've got plenty to do. We got Mandic coming in. Thanks, Alan. Appreciate it. Hey, Aaron. Only buys pre-built Creality printers normally. I have purchased 2. Well, sort of. My first printer was a Creality CR10, so yes. New price leaves room in the budget for tacos. Hey, Kaggle. Hey, 94. Welcome. Welcome, Mandic Labs viewers. Alan was going over his plans for the Doron Velta build he's working on. He's doing a lot of, I think that's not a kit, it's all self-sourced using a lot of parts that he has on hand, so that'll be cool to watch. So stay tuned. Hepe gelling. That the new tool head is significantly lower than that looks. This looks really large because there's a lot of plastic shroud here. Yeah, just kind of talking about things, 400 by 400 by 300 build volume, all this kind of stuff. So what are you thinking about Bamboo Lab versus Stratasys? I'm not going to go over any of that stuff on stream here, nice. It's just not the time and place. So anyway, this is an option that I don't have. This little Jetstream side mounted fan. Probably end up with that at some point. So it's like $50 for that. I looked at it, it's surprisingly low, I thought. So I'll probably order one of those and check it out. It's got a touch screen. Anyway, if we go all the way back up here and go to support and 3D printer user manuals and go to the FDM printer link here, there's a bunch more links. So, pretty good stream error. That's cool. So a bunch of sports links. There is a wiki with a ton of information that I've used quite a bit over the course of working on the pre-release printer, and we will go through some of that. But let's go through the Magneto X setup guide. And it looks like there's a little formatting error here, Magneto folks. There's 2 links here, but they're on the same line. So I might want to tweak that. Hey, Lumber. Hey, Ben. Okay, so we want a stable surface. That'll do, right? This is stable. It's just on wheels. And I will probably lock the casters here in a bit, but it's got a really nice table that it goes on in the other garage. A stable table. It is a heavy printer, to be, I mean, real. They are serious about this being. It's a heavy printer that moves fast. So don't put this on a plastic fold-out table. Don't put it on top of a toolbox. That's where I had it at first. So. Let's see, they're talking about air quality, little filter here. I go through a lot, so let's unbox. So I unboxed this, like I said, basically just pulled it out of the box, and from there, I think mine is gonna go the nearer way and live on the floor. I built a table that this fits perfect on. It's got a lower shelf for a couple more printers, and the one is gonna sit on top. Yeah. So it did come on a crate. It did come well packaged. Just has to try benefits table. Well, I mean, UPS isn't here, so I feel a little more safe. For the tool head, the extruder remains the same. We upgraded the runout sensor to a metal version, and the shroud has been modified to streamline the tool head design. Yep. It is quite a bit more svelte. Svelte? Inspect the package, prepare an unbox, couple of people, make sure you blur their faces. Never have enough heavy stuff. You need one of those hydraulic lift tables. I'm gonna go buy one, Bill. We need one to move this guy if we're taking it to Orange County. I'm buying one to move that thing around. Okay, we're just gonna kind of skip through a bunch of this. All of this packaging was as it shows in the picture. Gotta run for a bit. I'll check back in later. Take care. Compared to traditional motion system for noise. They are not loud. The fans are the loudest thing on the machine. Right guy has an arched back. Good luck. Oh yeah. Yeah, lift with your knees, not with your back. We'll have my son here, Bill, to help, and then we'll have lots of people to help down in Orange County. Tend to get the linear motors from Peopoly and make a machine with them. So be careful, because those aren't intended to be used more than singularly right now. So Peopoly Peopoly has recently released these linear motors as like a project thing for motion systems that might require one axis. And Mark will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they are intended to be single axis use. They're not set up for multi-axis use. So, okay, lots of packaging. We got the thing out. Is this guy still lifting with his back? No, they're just kind of moving things around. Then we'll just get into this stuff. So basically, we're gonna pull a bunch of packing material out and get a bunch of zip ties cut. So let's just do that. Get a hobby knife or a packing knife, and so I think I'm going to be able to get this out of the way first. Make sure when you grab a corner here, you don't grab the lead screw with it. The feet on this have changed since the pre-release. They are more towards the corners, and it looks like they are adjustable. Threaded into the corners of the extrusions. I'm just trying to center it here on the table a bit. There we go. Lift with your front. We are launching 2-axis edition this coming week for XY. Oh, okay, cool. What do you talk to me into getting one of these? Just need to find the S1 trade-in program now. Yes. These started shifting. These are the Magneto X here is shipping. These have been shipping for a good while. All this stuff off to the side, and future me will deal with it. I do have the enclosure for this. If we're good on time, then we may open that up and at least start on that. We've caught with all orders and have units available in the US. Awesome. Hey, Dext. Your stop is shipping mid-September. Single linear motor kit will ship in about 2 weeks. This. I'm going to move these slightly up, just to give myself a little more room to slide that out. What are we catching on? It's catching on the bottom. There we go. Ooh, we got stuff. Gotta do some chores. See, Tanner, can you recommend an efficient hobby 3D printing storage system? What do you mean for what, Kobe? What are you trying to store? Can a linear motor kit be used in 3D printers? Not the current one. Apparently there's an XY kit that's coming out, the GPs. The current one that's out there is just single axis. Okay, have some filament. We'll use this as our first print stuff. And it is Lancer PETG carbon fiber. We'll use that as our default test print stuff. Hey, John. Hey, Yuri. I'm Mark. Screws, pulleys, connectors, all the small stuff. I tend to use these Acro Mills storage bins, but there's lots of printed solutions out there that are fun to do. The Gridfinity and Zombies, whatever he calls his drawer things. Hello. Welcome. So I got a couple of boxes here of stuff. So this appears to be the screen. So it does have a 7-inch touchscreen. Put that in there for right now. We'll bolt that on here in a second. And this is probably spool holder stuff. The single axis is not good for 3D printers as you need to link them. Spool holders. Looks like is this the long? Looks like, does it have a medium melt zone? Yes, this is a long melt zone. So the printer there's there are at least were 3 different options for the hot end. Hey, Glam. Installed on the printer is the medium length. This is the long melt zone. And then I think there's a short one too. That's the extruder there. Or the hot end, I mean. The 2-axis version will have the electronics set up for 3D printer type of operation. Nice. That'll be fun. Stuff. Some tools. Oh, cool. Little 7mm. And it's not a stamped wrench. It's not a stamped wrench. See you, Sean. Phillips. What is that? What is that? What is that for, Mark? I mean, I look in the unboxing guide, I'm sure, but hey, TT. What's the difference between the regular and the 2-axis version? If you're talking about the linear motor kit, it's just that the filament plunger. Okay. No clogger. Perfect. A little USB cable with the DuPonts on the end. That is the best extruder and nozzle cleaning rod ever made. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Hey, we can get some glue. Glue stick. Oh, the antenna, Wi-Fi antenna. Okay, so we'll go through some of this stuff as the instructions tell us to. And then let's get back to cutting stuff. Let me see, so we've got, basically just have a bunch of zip ties, and these rails are all magnets, so be careful. Careful using tools around them. And be careful when cutting. Don't want to scratch this up or mar it up. Hey, Bitter Bucket. No, that's not the camera cable. I think it's a programming cable. Push out plastics from the jam nozzle. Okay. There's a printable handle for that, which makes it better. Got it. Nice tool storage feature. It's the thing that's going to grab a screw when you drop it, and then you never find it because it's stuck to a random magnet somewhere. Let's just throw these over here. Zip ties. And tie down here. And then there is the filament guide tube twisted around here. So let's free that up before we try to move the tool head around. Okay, so that's that. This guy's gonna go up in there. Seems to move fine. So many great ideas, so few engineers. One wants to buy a pre-built printer. Is it better than a bamboo? Good call. Good. I mean, good question. Don't know. Hey, Felix. Love the printer name. So I just removed all these yellow. These are just to make sure that the tool head doesn't move around. Oh yeah, I've got lots of things. I just want to make sure I'm kind of following some sort of order. Please move the tool head position shown towards the back of the printer. Oh, this is, so at one point, they were shipping these with the bed separate because that weight of the bed was causing problems. But they've made some changes and some packing changes that apparently have changed that. So we're not going to need to install the bed on this latest revision. So don't forget about the zip. Yeah. So we'll skip that part. This is all just kind of making sure that it's somewhat level, everything together. Get a couple of people because that is a heavy bed. It is a very heavy bed. You're getting buying this thing because of all the magnets or for maxing it out during the purchase. What's the reasoning for surrounding the bed with a skirt rather than being exposed like others? That's a good question. I don't know if Mark or someone from Peopoly can answer that. Okay, sorry. I need to go back over here and monitor stream chat. And JBob in stream chat, those are basically what I use. The little Acromil style sorting systems. Okay, we're gonna skip all this because we don't need to do this. Oh, it's green. And antenna. Now there is a revision. There's been a couple of revisions in this antenna apparently. Mine has just one that I have to thread into the side over here. So install the screen, locate the touch screen, and we have some fasteners. Let's go here. So if we look over here, new Wi-Fi antenna location is just a hole here, and we had a antenna. Might as well put that in there. You already answered me, I'm JBob. Oh, cool. But I just saw your message in there and saw that that's pretty much a picture of what I use. There we go. Antenna installed. I got a screen to put in. This is kind of nice. Maybe I'll start building on the Tribent platform more often. Put a piece of flat wood on top of it and have a nice height. And it's basically my just a really fancy lazy Susan, right? Maybe Jason won't get this box back. Does input shaping work now? I don't know. Oh, there we go. Nope. So we have HDMI and so it looks like mini HDMI and USB-C for the display. Tri-bench, exactly. I'm pretty sure there is an Ethernet port on the controller in here, and there should be holes that you could pass through to get to it. Use Susan for printer builds on the bench, but that's not a bad idea. Just a shorter cart. Yeah, I can point a camera at it, and I can dance with the Magneto. I like it. Ethernet is under the plate, yeah. And we should be able to get some time to pop open these plates and see what's in there. So this guy is gonna go from the back. These are screws that come through here. Thread into these. How many folks here have one of these? I know Poity does. I know that Alan does. Do you still have one, Alan? Or did that get plans change from the move. You need a jump now with all the dancing. Video of me dancing. Middle plate is most interesting. Yes. There's a furniture dolly. It prints itself into the middle of the garage occasionally. That's funny. Mine got rehomed, but I have a production one in the box too. Perfect. Do you have a like within the last few weeks production one? Okay, so these are gonna plug in right here, and that is all. There is a here. I don't. There we are. There's a camera right here. You can take the little lens cap off. This is without steppers. Oh, no. Well, it has linear motors. So it's no belts. See, there's no belts here. And this is a little better view of that tool head that we were talking about. There we go. Let's get that zip tie off of there. Is that 2 zip ties? Yeah. Seriously considering, just not 100% sure if it's a better purchase than a bamboo. Should be the same as yours. We waited until I was a little settled here. Cool. Dance, but not on video. No, I don't dance. I'm not a dancer. I have no rhythmic ability. The Hutton uses 4. I think it has 4 mounting holes. I think it uses 3, but I don't know that it's any pattern that's the same as any other hot end. Controller's an orange pie, and there's a octopus. And then the linear motor driver is custom. But it doesn't have anything special in Clipper to run the linear motors, right? Is there there's no custom build of Clipper. Is that correct? Okay, I have so this is the new machined filament out sensor, and there are buttons on here for loading and unloading filament. And they're nicely labeled. This is kind of nice. There's a much higher contrast than the old cover that just had them kind of part of the print. It was I think it was a SLS style printed tool head before. It's there, and this doesn't really need a clip since it's direct drive. I'm gonna put it back in so I don't lose it. Frank, thanks for becoming a member. Here are Chapman. For Clipper, those are box standard steppers. Yes, I think so. We will check out the electronics. I also think, didn't they say that these are now, yep, the fans are now attached magnetically. And there are several locations. So per length of hut end that you install, you can move this up or down. Let's see, now they're off. So we'll put that right there, back where it was. So nice, easy, don't have to change parts when you change out for that longer melt zone hot end. The filament tension is here, and it is spring loaded now. It has quite a bit of tension, which is nice. So if you want to push filament through manually, just hold that down and push the filament through. I'm not 100% sure on this filament going through the cable chain idea, but we'll see how that works. This should be, the setup is not a concern. I can build printers and tune them. Capabilities is what I'm figuring out. My goal is print quality. Yeah. Okay, let's go back over here and see where we're at on the setup guide. Install the filament rack. Filament rack things. Beefy little thing here, and then a bearing supported roller. You see the new optical end stops? There are new optical end stops. I see end stops, but I can't really see the I think my pre-production one has opticals. I don't know how different they were. It'll work until abrasives ruin the tube. Well, those are a consumable anyway, so you keep an eye on it. So, if you want to add an MMU to it, you don't have to run this through here if you really didn't like it. There are some setups that will work well running it external to that. So I think we come over here. I'm really liking this, and there's our spool holder mount. Couplers treating these linear motors as if they are stepper motors. Okay, so it isn't anything special. Well, it's special, but it's not anything different from just plain clipper. Hey, Collie. So this guy goes on here, and bolts right here. I think this is what I'm gonna do for black box, finishing up black box next week. Is I think I'm gonna put a piece of wood on here and set it here. This is nice. This goes right to the side. It's got to go that way. Couple extra screws here, that's good. Are those 250-15s? They look like 40-15 or 40-20 is my guess. Mechanical engineer explained that the skirt is designed to enhance the structural rigidity of the build plate, particularly because it's a large one. What about the poor Trident in that case? Is it going to get dizzy spinning around? Well, truth be told, Scott, the Trident isn't in the case right now. At least most of it's not. Thank you, Kobe. Okay, and then this guy goes. How does this go on? There we go. Slips on here, and there's a little lock ring. That way or that way? I think it goes that way. There we go. And I'm going to, because it looks like it's angled down just a hair. Get in here, loosen and retighten these. There we go. Queasy Diver. We're going to try to how goes the plan with the tri-bent. Well, some of the parts are no longer in the box. So, move into a new shop space starting tomorrow. Awesome. Okay, so we've got the screen on, we've got the spool holder on. Some of these parts have changed a little bit. Eclipse, thank you for the gifted memberships, all kinds of them. Thank you. Linear motors into clipper, I guess would be beneficial to have a direct control over motor settings. I don't know. Yeah, we're installing that, and then we did the Wi-Fi antenna, the new version, and It's on the table and we get to power it up. So first of all, let's get the go. Get the filament, the tube here. Push through. Push through. Okay. Is this a full pass-through connector here? Or do you just kind of push? Oh, there it is. It did. It just needed to hit just the right spot, and I'm only pushing it through just a little bit. Now we want to make sure, and all we have to do is get at least Y travel here, so that's nicely constrained. Yeah, maybe just a little bit more. There we go. That's about as much as I'd want to do. There we go. Oh. Missed the last stream, but somebody gives me a membership, whoever that was. I want to thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Are we ready to power this thing on? Am I missing anything? So before connecting the motor, double check that all cables and components are properly installed and secured. This includes the HDMI cable, power cord, and any connections. If the movement is smooth, please place the tool head in the center of the build platform like that and connect the power. Let's see, power it on and watch the display output. Okay, let's do it. I've got a power cord here. Comes with a beefy power cord. This printer will cause at least to a certain level of UPS. I had this hooked up to a UPS and it would, it was causing the UPS to freak out. And it's kind of funny because in the chat that we were discussing this, another person was on there and they were posting there, what is this? This thing makes a high-pitched screech when the bed is heating up. And I realized that when I was doing that, I realized that it was the power supply or the UPS actually complaining when the bed would heat up. And all these ideas were coming up in the chat, and I said, "Hey, check. Do you have this plugged into a UPS?" And they said, "Yes, that's what's doing it." Hey, Chris, welcome. Okay, guess we're gonna go. So I hit the wrong button. This is the one I wanted. You don't need to see a big picture of me. It's making the UPS scream for mercy. Yeah. Only when the bed was heating. When is your son coming to help with the stream? Probably never. And I don't know what the power rating is on the bed, but let's power it on. First power on. Oh, it is freaking out on the focus. Why are you freaking out? Let's do something like that. There we go. That may have been me. I forgot. I also it was actually another creator in your general neck of the woods, at least where you are now. West 3D, welcome. I'm all set up to raid into your stream after this. Just to let you know. So that's a good reminder. Good reminder. First, I want to thank PF Dennis for the gifted memberships. Thank you very much. We will probably finish, I'm guessing, before this, but this stream is set to raid into West 3D is doing Meet the Maker with Mandic Really here, Alan. So their stream starts at 4 p.m. Pacific. I don't think that we'll go that long, but we are set up to raid into it. And there we are. It is booted up. Does it tell us to do anything else? We've got output. It's clipper is happy. We are looking for an extruder light check. So the one on the left is power LED and should be red, while the LED on the right is the load cell and it's green. Yep. And I bet you if I tap this, nope, I can't put enough force on that, I guess. The bed is 1 kilowatt. Wow. Hers didn't get Plymouth installed and set up a logo boot string to brand it for production image. It's a day for live stream. Yeah, a long live stream. So Alan Mandic Labs is streaming right before us. Grant is streaming before us. We should see Grant's folks here pretty soon. Someone asked about the Z end stop. We use a load cell in the tool head as a Z stop. You could explain that it essentially functions as a pressure sensor. Yep. Okay, so those lights are correct per that. If either LED flickers, they're not flickering. And we shouldn't be able to move the tool head right now. And I didn't move it to the center of the screen of the thing before turning it on. That's okay. Aren't designed for our load types. They're only designed for clean shutdown of computer. Yeah. Gently push. The tool head should resist movement and not move freely. It does not. It is nice and solid there. There are some indicator lights in the base of this. Both of them are green right now. We want normal is green, abnormal is red. The left is the X motor status and the right is the Y motor status. And then the left button disables so if I hit the left button, I should be able to move this over to the center where I want it. And then hit the right button and it should re-enable them. Yep. So. Listen to unusual noises. This will make some very kind of somewhat muted clicking noises as it's powering up and as it's engaging those motors. So that's normal, but anything persistent is probably not. So, touchscreen. I think we can just do a test home and yeah, this is just basic clipper explanation stuff. Calibration. Double check to make sure there's no debris in the nozzle. Make sure the platform is clean. And let's do a home. Let's do it. Homing. I'm not connected to Wi-Fi right now, but we're still just checking things. Now, it used to require that the bed be heated up a bit before at home, but it doesn't look like anymore. What's the hot end on this? It's their own, John. I don't remember what they call it, the hot end itself. Into your stream, are you planning to do a build series on the Doran Delta? I think so. I think that's the plan. So weird to see a home all without 11 streams before it. Something I probably want to do just because I tend to do this. I'm going to see if I can trigger this. Yep. So I was able to manually trigger Lancer. Thank you. I was able to manually trigger the Z Home. I think that's a good idea to do that for any printer, pre-built or custom build as part of your first startup procedure. I'm going to rehome it now that I've have some assurance that the load sensor is working. And I just took my ruler here and just pushed it onto the bottom of the hot end with not too much force. Is the Z-axis slow? Well, it's what you set the speed to be. Right now, the homing speed is slow. And it is lead screws, so there is a practical max speed that you could set it to, but Dan, that is Mark. Okay, it homed. Awesome. It homed with the screen right in the way. Maybe, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Homed. And we should be able to do I guess we'll put this back in this, do a QGL. It's gonna home again. The Z is for individual motors. Yep. Exactly, Chris. Better to test before it crashes. They're not squashed, Kobe. They're actually lined up really well. This does not seem to be overly packed. They're just lined up, and it's not like a bunch of individual wires. And this is probably heating up. To do a first, maybe? Yes, it's heating. It's heating the bed before it does a QGL. Pretty decent fit and finish, it looks like, on the QA release. Yeah, there's been a lot of tweaks to this. That does not come with panels by default, but there is an enclosure kit. I purchased the enclosure kit when I pre-ordered, so that's in the box behind it. If we get time today, if this goes really quick, then I'll probably start working on that. It is a very, what is that? Probably, is that a 10 millimeter thick bed? Came here for 3 hours of unboxing, not a printer that just works. How you doing, Turtle? Filament goes through the cable chain. It does, and I'm curious how that's gonna work. I'm reserving judgment. Which hot end? You've got the long one. I've got the medium one in there right now. I think that's what it comes with. There is a long one in the box. New Mercury build homes and pushes filament. Awesome. And the bed probably isn't running at full power. We will get in there and look at things at some point during this stream. Is it PID tuned out of the box? I don't know. I'm kind of following the guide. Other things that we feel we need to do, we will. But right now, we want to just make sure that it's going to QGL. Does it have toolhead options? Will it take arch type? You might have a fun time trying to get things in, but it is a printer that could be modified and tweaked. Just be aware of warranty and that kind of thing, I'm sure. Let's go here. Bit of design flaw that seems to front with the display. Has so much stuff in the way that side view seemed better for seeing it print, checking things. Yeah, I'll move it around as we need to. Someone modded the Calamity on it from Luke's lab. Oh, okay. Your Magneto's been tweaked a little bit. I'll try to find better better views. Something we should check. Mark, just an FYI, I found a loose screw over here. So I'm gonna go around and check all of these. One screw here in the corner was loose. These are all tight. If there's anything I see, I'm gonna check here. Those were all fine. Looks like it was just that one over here. Don't forget to check the belt tension. I've got my handy dandy, I don't know where I put it. PF Makes belt tension meter. Hey TJ. Are you running 110, 120? I know that Nero has slow heating up on the Bamboo. This says it's 110 volt. There is no immediately available switch for that. So there's a big sticker on here that says 110 volt. And here it goes. It's gonna do the QGL now. Bolts come with Loctite blue or loose, and this is just from shipping. It's a good question. Mark answered what question? 9mm plate. Okay, thank you. Mark, at me if you can. If you're on mobile, that might be tough. But if you can tag me when you say something, I will be more likely to see it. Since it has a load cell, can it perform auto PA calibration? I don't think that's set up. Hey, McFartwright. And I think there's probably, per user, some speed optimizations that could be done in the settings. But this is all default that we're working with here. Yeah, are you going to Smurf again, Mark? I'm gonna go to Smurf. I've got my flight all booked. I have not booked my hotel though. I like to. I had a terrible cold last year. Sam, welcome. Flying right into Manchester. Flying right into Manchester. Get a thicker coat. Power draw meter to test it with. Oh, well. It's doing the rounds. We don't have mainsail up yet, so we can't really see how much it's changing per round, but a room heater that draws less current. We're gonna make it again. Left Smurf last year. Need to locate sponsors. Yeah, we'll have to look at this when we can get mainsail screen up. United is my only good option. Oh, we could probably look at that, yeah. Where do we go? Is it under actions? Console. Oh boy. Did 0.24. See why, I don't know. We need to look at the trend. Need to look at the trend on this. Have you done yet? Okay. Okay, let's see. Start the quad gantry level, and after a while you see too many tries. It means the quad gantry level failed to get bed level within satisfactory tolerance. Please restart it, and it'll pick up where it left off. If you continue, then reach out to support. Bed mesh process. I'm not gonna actually run that right now. Start the 48 point. I'm not gonna wait for a 48 point bed mesh right now at this particular moment. You can also check your bed mesh following step, and then we got Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is plugged in, and we access them through here. Did you guys? There used to be a really nifty little setup. Do you have? Has that been deprecated? Oops. Let's just go in here. Adaptive mesh, yeah. And we'll just do our normal configuration network. I guess you'll get to look at the top of my desk, or let's look at the shared screen for a bit while I log into my network. Oh, come on. Where's refresh? I'm not sure why my other network isn't showing up. I guess I can just connect to this one. Is that? Let's try that. Someone made it happen already. Waiting for the secondary. I think I might have mistyped my password. Oh, nope, it says connected. It says connected to network. Is this still main cell OS? Let's find out. There it is. There it is. Okay, we are connected. We got some pre-sliced stuff on here. We'll probably do that benchy. What is this cube? Oh, just a little cancel. Okay, where are we? We are there. If you have tried too many times, still unable to obtain Wi-Fi, please refer to these two methods. Verify the connection. We can get in. Write down the IP numbers, you need it later. Camera and browser checks. Connect your computer to the same router, remove the camera cover. Will we see? Let's go over here and turn on the webcam. Is it there? That's it. So, do I not have it showing up in here? Yeah, it's there. There it is. Right behind the chat. Cube model is what crashed my nozzle into bed when I tried to print it. Ew. Yep, camera's there. It was just... Needs beacon anyway. Let's go here and change our layout. Let's just move this down to the bottom. And I want something else over there. Let's move macros up here. There we go. Well, at least we can get a little better view of that camera. Needs beacon anyway if you probe your bed once a month or so. I probe before every print, so I'm not in that big of a hurry. And we do not have updates sitting here. So I'm not quite sure. Let's look through, continue with things and see what the considerations are when wanting to update Clipper and stuff on this. Okay. Check the config, please come settings when you're in the browser. Find the, what are we looking for here? Online, find and change min temp to -160 and max temp to 300 or -60. Why? Startup goes home, QGL home, mash purge. Yeah. Special build a Clipper, I would guess. Yeah. No, I don't think it's a special build, but they probably want to make sure that any changes that happen in Clipper will work, and you don't want a something to break on this. Don't install Shake a Tune. Did you try? So, did you try? They are saying that the Magneto tool head, they want this to be -60 and 310. It said 300 in the documentation, but I'll leave it. We did not get the first part for lead screw. It is not rigid mount, but a soft mount. Good you spot, and thanks for pointing it out. What was that comment? Because that's a comment I had as well, Underwater. Where was your comment? Why use lead screw couplers for such a machine? It just makes it cheap. Another bad design, rigid mounting of the lead screw at the top. It isn't, I made the same comment. It's not rigid mounted at the top. It's kind of just a guide. There's a rubber bushing in there that allows it to move. Okay. Disable the runout. Currently, Clipper has a bug regarding the runout sensor. Please ensure it is disabled. Do we want to do that? Do we still need to do that? Hey, nobody want Kenobi? Well, there's no belts, the GPs. So all the stuff around how Shake and Tune works, I don't think will be valid, right? Okay. Let's get our slicer going. Actually, let's get some filament loaded and do the do a test print. We're going to print this benchy in the carbon fiber. We're going to do the benchy in the carbon fiber PET G. So I want to, nope, not cool down. I'm going to leave this. I don't know what the, let's look at this. Let's look at this file first. So let's go in here and edit the file and see what it's doing. So let's get past the thumbnail there. Okay, so what do we got here? We are setting, so it wants a 70-degree bed and a 235 hot end, and then it is going to set pressure advance. There's no homing or mesh or anything running as part of the as part of the start G code on here. So we're going to do all of that ahead of time. Is there any concerns? Hey, Mark, can you mention, are there any concerns with me running this Benchy as it is? Was there a print start macro? What did it call a print start macro? I didn't notice that. Print start. Oh, good call. Thank you. Thank you. Let's look at what it does in the print start. Is it going to be in here? Calibrate, bed mesh, print start. So it does do a home, but it doesn't do a QGL or mesh. Please don't need to modify the config, disable runout sensor, new runout sensor fixes the problem. Got it. I kind of figured. Yeah, and I'll play with alternate stuff after this stream, Reth and anybody. This is really kind of showing the out of the box experience here. Mesh load is there, but we need a mesh. So we want to generate a mesh so it can load it. So let's close this, and we're still, here, let's keep this at 70. Or give one of us access to make changes. No. What firmware version is this? I don't know. We will check some of that, but I want to get a print going. Ooh. Here, let's try this. Let's go. What is that not? What happened here? There we are. Obi-Wan Kenobi, thanks for the gift of memberships. So much heat inertia. We've got a very sealed pack here. I'm going to turn off our noise suppression. Come on, turn off. And we're gonna pop it and see if we can hear it. We ready? Oh, I could hear it, but you might not have been able to hear that. Turn that back on. Yes, on the bench. You heard it? Good. Hey, Oscar. Okay. Here you go. Oop, wrong way. There we go. This clean bit. See how this goes through here. There's a bit of resistance there, but we're at the tool head. There it is. The light on the thing turned green. So I'm going to leave it right there for a moment. I'm going to run this mesh. Oh, Wi-Fi screen is still up. That's fine. At least it doesn't show the password. That's all I mattered. There we are. So we are homed. So let's do a... Can we do this from here? Action... Can we do a bed mesh from here? Quad QGL. Actions. I've never done it from here. Move. Why can't we do a bed mesh from here? Bed mesh. There it is. Calibrate. Okay. Do you guys have a discount for... Oh. OCD demands the host rename. It will. It'll get renamed. Linear Wi-Fi Zoomer data. After the Polymaker giveaway today, remind me and I'll give away the 5 gifted memberships I have per month for this stream. I don't know, Sergey. I'm reserving judgment. I'm reserving judgment. Until it either works well or I run into a problem. So... It is kind of cool. I like the smoked PTFE. I want more of that. Is it? Let me see here. What ID is this? It looks like it's probably 2.5 millimeter ID. It's not a full 3 millimeter, but 2.5 is good because it retains the rigidity it probably needs to do what it's doing here. Exactly. Easy mod if I don't like it. I'm going to go vacuum the apartment before it's done. I think it's going okay. That's not too bad. It's halfway done. It's almost halfway done right now. Which filament brand? It is Peopoly. I believe we use duty covered shipment in EU. Is tapping into the bed or has a level sense? It is direct tapping into the bed. I'd already done a QGL before this. So we'd homed in QGL. Now we're doing a mesh. We're going to store that mesh. And then we're going to load the filament. And then we will send this benchy. And I'll get a better, I'll get a better camera view when we go to actually print the benchy. So. Stratasys bought us. I did stress test on filament tube and extender. They have abandoned that idea right away. I'm debating on doing that on my build. I don't think we're going to load up Orca Slicer. What do we want to print? Is there any print, specific print that folks want to see? It's 2:20 a.m. in Hong Kong already. Well, thank you for being here, Mark. I appreciate it. It does have a run out sensor. Yep. It's supposed to be good and fast. Scale that benchy up. Well, I need things that'll finish on stream. At least for this early print. Something that shows quality, torture tester, or torture toaster. Mandalorian helmet. That Mark gets to sleep in Monday. Filament tube and oh yeah. I'm gonna print the Steve cube on my black box there on the five tool. I'm gonna do that hopefully before next weekend. I think this is the last row. It should be. See you, Alan. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for rating in. Okay. And then this is saying we're going to go ahead and save that after it's done homing. So continue. Okay. And then it should be back up. Okay. So now we're going to have to home in QGL, or at least home. It probably, well, we'll do a home and QGL. And temperature. Let's get the temperatures back up. 70. And let's get the hot end going. Hey, don't knock it. More of these streams. Never seen a Mandalorian with a beard sticking out before. Was the variance on that mesh? We'd have to, can we see that in, let's go in here and let's load. Here is the mesh. It looks like 0.2. So there's the stored mesh. And then we're gonna go in here and we're going to home all. Well, I don't know if it's a very bad mesh. It's a mesh that can be dealt with. Fidget cube. Populous. And then QGL. That's some Haribo left over. Okay. Oh, it's doing the QGL. Never mind. Print the Prusa new overhang dish. There we are. Amber, Mad Cat, welcome. Thanks, Grant. This is all the 3D Musketeers folks coming in. I hope the chat with Frank was fun. Met Frank and hung out a little bit at Rapid this last June. Vince, Balu, see Catlet. Hey, Mr. Wiz, Ricky B. Frank is who got you into 3D printing. Nice. Fruitanical. There we go. Thanks, Grant. Welcome in. This is the release version of the Magneto. Yep. Hey, Liz. Hi, Jack. Okay, I'm gonna heat up the hot end to print temp and load that filament. Welcome, Karen. Thanks for being here. Magneto. Hey, BLD Designs. Hi, Morden. Okay, are we there? So we should be able to just hit load here. I'm gonna move the Z up so we can, and I'm gonna get a better camera angle. So let's go, move that out of the way. Flip this guy around so we can actually see it. First plastic. Is that loading? have it all the way in there. Can't tell if it's catching the filament or not. Is it actually catching it? Let's find out. Let's pull this off. Nope, it was not catching it. Why are you not? Why is that not fitting through there? Oh, what happened? Why did it do that? Load macro not heat up on its own. Are you normally used to doing everything manually? I didn't tell it to run a load macro, and I didn't tell it to move either. Ricardo, thanks for becoming a member. Yeah. Huh. Why is it? Oh, wow. Almost 400 people here. We need a lot more likes if we're going to have 400 people here. We need a whole lot more. Pause macro from run out. The load button triggers the load macro. Yeah, but it's not actually loading, and I'm trying to figure out why. There it goes. I don't think I had the right angle on it. Yeah. Load. I should get plastic coming through here in a second. Yeah, that can stay there. Load. There it goes. A little bit of plastic. And one more. Ah, now we got plastic. It's all about the angle, yep. I did clip an angle on the filament end, yep. Heat first and load, that's what I did. I just wasn't hitting, it was being a little sensitive to the angle, like Chris said. Sensitive to the angle. Where are my tweezers? Did I put them over here? Okay. Use the other tweezers. Okay, I think we can just print now. So let's print. Let's cool this down a little bit. Are you live, Mark? You want to make sure you're live on YouTube, because I think your response has been a little delayed, and I think you might not be live, all the way caught up. The blue clip doesn't need to be there. This is not a Bowden setup, so it doesn't matter if that moves. The blue clip is actually not needed. And I'm probably just going to leave it off because it makes it more difficult, an extra step to pull that tubing. The blue clip is not needed. Okay, let's start the print. 3D Benchy. Print. Well, he will eventually hear that he's not live, Rafa, when it catches up. Where am I out of? I'm in California. I'm in the Sacramento area. You are on live? Okay. ooze. It's oozing. I've never done that. An hour and a half and we're printing. Well, if not being live, we would have been printing long ago. There we go. What overhang will it print? I don't know, but these fans are pretty good. Ooze. Ooze, ooze, ooze. This is Pet G. This is the carbon fiber Pet G that the printer came with. It's got to get past all that ooze. See what we got going here. I never actually wiped off the bed. Let's hope it's clean enough. It seems to be. Seems to be doing okay. Oh, nope. No, I take it back. I should have cleaned it. I didn't clean it. It's grabbing it. Hey, Shannon. I'm gonna pause and... Why does it say canceled? Why does it say canceled? I didn't cancel it. I did not cancel it. Extrude below minimum temp. It turned off the hot end here, Mark. What's going on? That's why it had trouble. It wasn't, it ended up getting too low a temperature. Let me do a wipe down on the bed. Oh, the console is behind. I'm in front of the console. Sorry about that. Here, let's do this. Oh, that doesn't really help. Idle timeout set low. No, it actually changed in Clipper here. Let's move this out of the way. Let me wipe off the bed. I don't think it's a wire. I think this is all in that pre-sliced code. I seem to remember having something like this, even on the last Magneto I had. I think it's in this pre-sliced. It shut off 2 minutes ago. Yeah. Let me wipe off this bed just because we need to, and then we're gonna do this again and pay a little more mind to that. So we are still homed and everything. We are, let's get the heated bed back up to temperature. Let's get this at least starting on the way. See you, Kobe. Let's go look at that while we're waiting for that to heat up. Let's go here and look at what it's doing. So we've got it setting a temperature. It is defining the exclude. It's running print start, and it's passing on the hot end and bed temp. Then it is setting pressure advance. Exclude object start. I don't know. It's not doing anything else. There's no other call of that. It's even green to make it extra matrixy. What is M106? That's the... What is that? M106P3 180? What is that command? M106. M106 G-code. That's not really what I wanted. Turn cooling fans on and off. Configure their speed. Okay. That's fine. Yep, set fan speed. Of course, it's turning it off here now. So it's setting it there, it's turning it off here. Which is fine because first layer. Close that. Let's go back to our macros and our print start. Where was the print start? Did I pass it? Print start. All it's doing is setting and then doing line purge. So where's line purge? Mesh load. There's no line purge. Oh, maybe it's down here. Where was, I didn't see a line purge. I don't see line purge. Line purge is camp? Oh, I haven't used that. I haven't used a line purge in camp settings. Okay, well, we're just gonna try this again and keep an eye on it. We're gonna go back to dashboard. This is all good. Let's reprint this. Then we'll view it here so I can keep a little better eye on it. Hey, Neriku. So let's reprint this job. So now we've got our temperature set, and then we'll keep an eye on this. Bed temp and slicer uses bed. Oh. It might be worth reslicing, but I should also be able to just kind of poke this along. I should be able to poke this along. We're gonna keep an eye on, I'm gonna keep an eye on this. Let's do right there. Then at least we can see both of them a bit. If that changes, I'll just set it back up. All the ooze. We're about to print. We're gonna try again. Oh. Okay, so now it's homing. We're still at temperature. There are lots of optimizations that should be done on this in the print start. It should not be homing at full nozzle temperature for one. There's some tweaks, configuration tweaks that need to happen. Okay, it's still full temp. And it's running. I'm just gonna pull some of this ooze away. It's still at temp. Now it's gonna finish that. Oh, and now it's printing. I'm gonna switch to this view. It's still at temp. Everything is still there. I don't know what happened last time. Can't really see too well. It's still at temp. Latest firmware probes a reduced nozzle temp. It's still good. Let me check my messages here. Yeah, we're doing. There we go. We got through the first layer just fine. Okay, we're doing good. Let's, there we go. There is an enclosure for this guy, and I have it, Omex. I don't know why it didn't work the first time trying. I don't know. It's not a build. There's the fan. I don't know what this is sliced to, Omex. I avoid first layer problems by starting to print at layer 2. Accelerations are, depending on the feature, bouncing between 10,000 and 5,000. Print speeds are up into the 400s, depending on the feature. Just what I'm looking at in main sale. My poor table. You can see it moving. This is pre-sliced, Dave. I don't know what, but the movement you're seeing there is the whole thing moving. Yeah, I can turn off noise cancellation. It's all fan. There we go. It's off. This is the Steve Didn't Build stream. I'll get over here close. Oh. So now it's ramped up because it's doing layers over infill, which is being treated as bridging, basically. So it's bridging fan speed. Let me see if I can lock these lock these wheels. That might help a little bit. The motion system, there's no real noise coming from it. It's all fan. What's the filament? This is the Peopoly carbon fiber PET GCF. Or, yeah, Lancer PET GCF is what it's labeled as. Yeah, it's See, when that thing ramps up, it ramps up. Daniel, welcome. It's a standard slice benchy, no single wall shell or any simplification. So would this be a benchy contest eligible settings? My hand's fine. Thank you, Andrew. It's perfectly fine. No ill effects. I did a bad and stabbed my palm with a screwdriver on one of the Discord streams. So no way to quiet fans down, just going to make noise because you need to push lots of air. Print slower, less air needed. I'm gonna put the noise filtering canceling back on. The filter, I mean. Noise suppression. There we go. Yeah, enclosure would help. Been a while since I've been able to catch a live stream. Hope everything is well. Thanks for being here, Keith. What about this smart torque driver we were using at work? It cost $10,000. Ouch. This was a flathead screwdriver into the palm of my hand, and it went in deep. It went in deep. Yeah, from what I can see, it's looking good. This won't be very long. We'll let it finish. Thanks for being here, James. I was observing poor tool usage practices, Rafa. I was pushing a square nut into a pocket on a small part. Blake, there's a link in the description to the product page. Right now it is on a discounted price from the regular price. Shishka. 1600, yeah. Oh, this is doing good. This is doing good. What I think we're going to do is get this printing and then turn this, shift over to an actual build part of the stream. And I think we will build that enclosure. So I'm gonna put some of this dish stuff away. Oops. I need to upgrade mine to a production components. What is this one? Oh, is this a larger nozzle on the long? Or if you're still there, Mark, on the long melt zone hot end that came with it, this looks like a 0.6 or a 0.8 nozzle. This looks... That looks like a 0.6 or a 0.8. This is the long melt zone hot end. It's a 0.6. Yeah. And if you'd missed it on what we saw earlier, what I showed earlier, is the fans are magnetically attached now, and there's different pegs. So you can move it up and down depending on which hot end you have installed. Whew, that fan goes. Okay, that's gone. This can go over here. Point six millimeters on the long melt zone. Got it. I've been down on the VFAs and found ramping up the speed gets rid of them. Yep. And that's kind of a thing with this printer as well. There's, you can increase your print quality by increasing the speed. That's a good view, at least. I like it. So I've gotten a microscope to tune my flow and PA. Have I gone too far? Yes. Unless you're getting really good results, then no. Keep at it. No, you got to pay my royalty, John. Oh, what does the printer camera see? And keep in mind, the lighting is terrible for this because of the stuff in the background, but that's the view from the camera. But with those fluorescent lights right behind, it's not great. Is the nozzle replaceable, or do you have to replace the whole unit? The nozzle itself is replaceable. The whole unit is there because the whole melt zone is longer. There are no additional lights, you're right. That could be something that you could add. And it probably is a good idea too. Mark, are there any official lighting kits? That would be a really good thing to add. Some sort of lighting kit. And it looks like there's some potential mount points. Maybe mount points over here on this side. Is that what those are for? That would be perfect. An LED strip right there would be perfect. Eclipse, another 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you very much. What's the secret door in the ceiling? That's just access to attic space. +1 for lighting, just white would be fine. Bonus if it can make rainbows. Helping me out 1 to 2 a.m. my time and awesome every single time. Yeah, the Peopoly folks have been really good. No official light yet. There are mounts working on electrical wiring. Nozzle cams become standard. There's a brass sleeve in there that's tiny and easily lost. Good to know. I haven't actually replaced a nozzle on one of these. That's where a naughty printer would melt. It gets hot up there. I used a 2mm LED light strip and ran a USB along the other cables for it. Yeah, it would be, definitely should be able to run it along the same path as the camera cable. And there's 2 mounts right on this extrusion that's right on front here. There's 2 holes on the back. They look threaded. One of the West 3D guys had people working on their attic last night. It was 160. Ouch. Do you know of a nozzle camera that holds up to the heat? Yeah, that looks like an M3. Yep. M3. I have a bunch of the daylight on a sticks. I might just throw one on there. Doing well, it's good karma to give a little back. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. We are approaching a good number of likes. Well, we're at a good number of likes. We're approaching an outstanding number of likes. So just try to keep up on my messages here. Your most recent rework of your green boron with the new board in Galileo 2 inspired me to reach out to Fabrico and talk with Hector to get one ordered. Went tap and titanium backers. Awesome. Thanks, Daniel. Thanks for being a member for 27 months. We will be back. We will be back on the Trident mod series Tuesday, and it's going to be lots of configuring, lots of Clipper, lots of first run checks, sensorless homing tuning, that kind of stuff on Tuesday. Just blow air in from the heat from the ceiling. Yeah. Oh, no more brass sleeve to drop out of the nozzle. Okay. Come with the HVAC career, no doubt. Yeah. UV light stick and placed it in the filament path to glowing filament. Ooh, that's cool. That sounds cool looking. How those bridges go. That's a good view. There we go. It's more soon. Fans may get slower as the layer time drops. The early slice model had the fan speeds flip by accident. I don't even know what parts to get for the Trident through the print it forward. Does it make any cool sounds compared to other FDM printers? It's all just fan noise. That's really all you hear. What are we at here? Yeah, it's about a 20-minute benchy. Oh, so the smokestack might not be ideal. Giveaway time. Nope, another hour. Another hour, Devin. We do it at the 3-hour mark on Sundays. Now it's got the... That's turning out good. Those bridges are not sagging at all. Whew! That whole table is shaking. Tagged you both on the Peopoly for daylight on a stick mod. Oh, thanks, Wolf. Build volume 300 by 400 by 300. Hey, Garrett. Welcome. lightsaber sounds to it. You can get more like 310 on the short axis if you fiddle with it. Good to know. So these are not quite 50-15s. I think they're 40-20s. Although they don't seem like they're 20 wide. They might be, are there 40-15s? What size fans are these, Mark or Noah, if you're around? 1066, thanks for being a member. Must ask for a signed hex tray at Smurf this time. I will try to bring some, we'll see. Hey Brent. They're 40-15s. Okay. They are 40-15s. That's what I thought. They didn't look like they were 20 millimeters wide. Did you finish the Tridex build? I'm going to go back and watch them before I start a Tridex build. I've finished the Tridex build, but I've had various kind of configuration issues with it. And they're mostly to do with just me and my particular setup. So... finishing it off. Yeah, looking like we're about a 23-minute benchy. My my Tridex started as a 250, and I added 350 frame parts. So it's basically a 350 wide and 250 deep as far as the frame. you got overridden on the Milo build there, Arthur. I'm seeing horizontal banding on the cabin. I think that's camera. I think those are camera artifacts because you notice it's shifting as the shadow of the tool head moves around. The ASA glass fiber from Soraya Tech is what I'm used on my black box build. And almost done. There we go. Cool. Let's see what this actually says it was. It says print time was 23 minutes. Right here. Print time is 23 minutes on that. And it's last time it printed it, or the image printed it, was the same. So, okay. We got our benchy line there. But the front looks pretty good. The smokestack doesn't look bad. And this is PET G. So this is carbon fiber PET G. Up in there. Yeah. It's a benchy. It is a benchy, and it is complete. Okay, if we go back to their thing here, we can set up Orca Slicer and work towards a print. So just kind of looking at what else we have in the setup. Does the smokestack have lightning? Monitoring the print, evaluating a successful print. I guess let's go home here. And I want to go to this and the enclosure. Let's just do the enclosure. Let's do a build. Let's actually do some building on Steve Builds. Package contains things. Lots of screws to put together. And then we've got the various bits and pieces here. So let's bring the box over and see what's in it. And we'll get a print going before. We'll slice something and print before we end the stream. But we get since the getting going to first print wasn't too bad. What is this? Something there. Fasteners and hinges. Then we've got all the these are parts that index the top to the printer itself. I think we have a couple of things we need to, I think we just removed those. And all the panels. All the panels. Go to the challenge and print while panels are going on. I don't know if that's a great idea. Do we have stuff? Oh, and then extrusions. All right. So panels. Big old zip tie. That's a big zip tie holding those together. Is the camp purge line enough to get things moving? For my setup, it's not enough. It was for this one. I've got a full purge line on it. It just depends, I guess, on how much it oozes too. How much is the enclosure kit? I don't remember. I don't remember. But the link is in the description to the product page. All of it. Interesting extrusion profile. Tap over clicky for Voron. I like tap. You can, clicky works well as well. Works well also. You can have a more rigid tool head with clicky than you can with tap. But I have gravitated towards tap for most of my builds. Okay, let's see. So this is the general layout setup. This is all top hat extrusions. We have different panel identifications. And then assembly steps. So we're gonna, I guess we're gonna install the hinges on all the doors. So let's grab our door panels and over here. There we go. I'm going to save the top hat for now. Not 100% sure if I'm going to install top hat on stream today. We'll see. Is this it? Those are two of the doors. Pre-applied little spots. There's magnets in the frame to hold the doors closed. So I think the guide is for older enclosure. What is going to be different, Mark? What's going to be different? Because I see the video link, but I don't like following video instructions. Didn't want to pull this all the way off. Couldn't get to it. There we are. Just want to pull it away from that spot. There we go. Hinges. What's the total number of magnets used in this printer without those in the Z and extruder stepper motors? I don't know how many magnets there are on the rails, on the linear motors. So these are the nicely machined hinges. These are a huge improvement from what was in the early models. I'm not going to be watching a video. I'll figure this out on my own if the video is what's required. I don't like just video instructions for stream. Oh yeah, not using screws anymore at all. Got a bunch of bits and pieces here. Let's keep these around. We've got some round head screws and some larger M4 screws. And I've got a hex tray. I'm good to go for this. I did not print it, but it's a previous one. So let's do this. Those M4s. Noah's going to do screenshots from the videos and put them in Discord. Just let me know if I'm missing on anything. Otherwise, we're just going to go for it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oop. Went to there. We're just going to take these guys. I'm going to install the hinges. So the hinges are going to go inside the, I'm guessing it's got to go there. This is the latest. We're all still up. There we go. I'll put these guys on in 3x6s. Into here. So there are video updates on this. Not really thrilled with using that on stream because it's really hard to follow and keep going. But those are going to go on there, and then this whole thing gets bolted into the Steve Wing It builds. Exactly. If I get caught somewhere, I'm guessing it would have been answered in the video. we're just going to throw some things here. Now, what I don't have, if they're still used, I did not print the extra, yeah, see, so let's go. There's a little machined pocket in the door there. Steve builds, not Steve follows instructions. I am following instructions. I'm following what I assume the instructions are. Out of the way. Squirrel? What squirrel? I'm not tightening these yet. Probably tighten them on the printer. These machined hinges are way better than the stamped ones that came with the early stuff. Put on your best Sinatra impression. My way. I have no idea. Okay, so that's the hinges on there, and then we can put our door handles on here. So these are kind of nice little metal handle. We'll go. The screw from this side. And got to get to it on this side. Hey, Snooget. What is that? Bottom side A1, A2. This is engraved into that. Bottom side A1, A2. Why is that engraved into that, guys? Why is that engraved? So it's obviously the correct... It's a panel with hinges. Why did we engrave that into the outside of a panel? Bottom side, A1, A2. It's one of these two. Why is that engraved in? That is... I don't want that to always say bottom side A1, A2. Right on the front. I mean, that's the front of the printer. Am I missing something? It's not upside down. I put this, the magnets, these are the inside. These aren't magnets, these are just steel, the little plates that the magnets attract to. Yeah. Okay. Can they be reversed? They can't. This is the way it goes. This is the way it goes. That's... I mean, it's functionally fine, but aesthetically, that's terrible. It's on this side too. Bottom side A1, A2. They've heard me. They're working. You should, Apollo. You should come say hi. I'll tighten these up while it's on the printer, I think. Just kind of getting them in place right now. Okay. Probably need to pick me up at a bus station. They do not read the manual, so they are catering to your build ethics. I am better than most at reading the manual. Come on. How many builds have you seen of like the Prusa stuff where it's just YOLO'd? And I go through the manual. I may miss stuff, but I go through it. Okay, I think we can go to this. Zoom out. Unlock the feet on this so I can roll it around. And start working on the bottom panels. Okay, since all of these they were engraved. Where does this go? Oh, bottom side, B3, B4, D1, D2. Basically looking at this. Bottom side B, right there. I think that train station I can take. Amtrak isn't too far from here. Okay, so all of these, let's do this. We have more, so we're gonna do full peel of one side. Yeah. We're gonna do a peel of the wrong side. I'm just gonna, this engraving on these panels, not a fan. Not a fan. There's, here, let me show a little better here. On these panels, there is an obvious large chamfer on one side, and it is not chamfered like that on the other. So that's indicating to me that there's a set way that this bolts onto the printer. So we're gonna pull the panel this side, and then it's gonna bolt on this side. However, this is also the side that's obnoxiously engraved with the position. Okay. This is gonna go in here like this. Why isn't there just one big panel? There is a piece that comes in that holds these together, and I think if it's like the one I've already had, it is a pretty tight gap. I'm not too worried about any gap there. And you're probably absolutely right there, Apollo. There may be a manufacturing issue in these where the wrong side was engraved. If that was on the inside, fine. But yeah. If that was on the inside, that's fine. Now, the previous enclosure that I've put together on these had a had labels on them, just sticker labels. How would it look with the bevel on the inside? I'm sure it would be fine, but I'm gonna install it this way. I just checked, the engraving was mistakenly put on the panel by the OEM. Okay. Well, I'm glad to be able to I'm glad to be able to report that. And I'm sorry to have it come up now. Sure, that's not great. How are you? Now I've mentioned this a few times, but there are some printed parts that go on the inside and support these mid channel. The bottom stride should be fixed with 3M. Personally, I'd put the chamfer inside. This way it can counter any bend radius in the sheet metal. It's not bent. These aren't sheet metal. They're not sheet metal. They're all extrusions. So it is sharp. There's nothing that's going to be an issue there. We got 30 more minutes until filament giveaway time. Am I all the way zoomed out? Yeah. Let's go. Here then. There we go. Okay. And there is not, I mean, this is right up against each other. Just like the last, my pre-production had an enclosure and it was nice, tight, well-fitting panels. There was some the little printed parts were designed to take care of some concern with bowing in the panels. Clips, thanks for being a member. That makes me want to make brownies in it. But yeah, we're just gonna put all these panels on. I will remember the printed parts, get those printed and put on. They're easy, they're relatively easy to put on after the fact. To the back. Bowing in the panels. So what do we have? Bottom, side. There should be a second side with, what are these? Bottoms, this is the back. Okay, C1, C2 is the back. But aren't there... See the double-sided tape comment? What? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Let's go here. So this tape, this is double-sided tape. Let me explain what this is. I'm not going to put it on right now because I don't feel like this is done. But this is double-sided tape to put along the edges here to just make sure everything stays sealed. I'm not going to put this on during this stream, but that's where this is supposed to go. Stickers could fill in engraving with black Sharpie. It's honestly not going to be visible enough to be a big deal. This is going to be functional. It'll be fine. I'm glad to be able to bring this up because I know that Mark and the team are going to correct this with their supplier. So, but because I don't know exactly what I want to do with these panels 100% right now, and I don't want to have to think about it at the moment, I'm not going to put that double-sided tape in. So, but at least we identify why it's there and what it's for. Okay, so these guys are going to go along here. Ooh. It does have a top. And kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to put this enclosure on is the printer does look pretty cool with the all done up with the enclosure and everything. So we've got lots of time. Go. There. You can still install it with screws, and for some users, double-sided tape is just faster but not required. Oh, okay. So you could just leave the screws out? I would probably not put the double-sided tape in at all if it was me then. I would probably skip it altogether. Panel is not solid dark, but it is transparent. Yes. Yeah, you can see that. It still has a film on it, so. See my hand through here? I trust most double-sided tape about as far as I can throw it. Oh, come on. Hey, Ruben. Welcome. Whoa, oops. The engraving on these side panels doesn't bug me as much as the ones on the door handles. Where are you? There we go. I think another suggestion I would make, Mark, on these panels is oversize these mounting holes just a little bit. Because they're pretty much spot on to 3 millimeters right now. And it's making it slightly difficult on some of them to line up with the threaded hole in the frame. If they were oversized to like 3.2 or 3.5, it'd be better. Supposed to go to the range today when you rolled that printer out. Proof that I'm not a robot. What? How do you know I'm not a robot? This side, I'm starting to get tangled up with my power cord. Got plenty of length though. Hey, 3DHP. Name something in the future. Double-sided dark. There are, we come back through. These are what I'm looking for. What is, oh, that's a top side. These are the optional panels with for the skirt cooling. They go on the other side though, I think. Maybe it's this side, maybe it's the other side. But I thought, at least in a previous version of this, there was a door on the side as well, huh? Did that get removed? No more door on two sides? It must be what these are for then. Got it on the screw holes. Cool. Yeah, my last enclosure had a door on the right side as well, but that seems to have been removed. No ugga-duggas on the panels, yeah. No ugga-duggas on the panel. So this one, I think, has, laser didn't go all the way through. So I'm gonna crack this off, I think. Yeah, I don't think the laser went all the way through on this side. Let's see. Where are... Tried. Yeah, it really didn't go all the way through. Take my file. This isn't gonna fit in there if this wasn't taken care of. Oh, a bit of microfiber cloth to get rid of the evidence. Can't even tell. High flow lancer extrusion tool head up to 65 cubic millimeters per second. I haven't tested them, but they're supposed to be real. There we go. Can really push some filaments at higher temps. Yeah, I'll get some good larger ABS prints going on this thing. Okay, can I get to those? I think if I just put this over here, I think I can get to that. It's best to take out the filament holder when doing this part. Yeah, it will probably be best. 100%. I think I can reach it though. I would suggest that anybody doing this take off the spool holder. But I can get to it just fine, especially with a ball end driver. Yep, just like that. All good. Can't see from this angle. Can't see what? What are you trying to see? Takes a drag. Can't see from this angle. What? How long does a discounted price? How long is it going to be at this price, Mark? Is there an expectation? Is this kind of the pseudo permanent price? Okay, that's all on. Then we're gonna unwrap my power cord by flipping it all the way around this way and put the doors on. There we go. Now these get socket head screws. Mark is Peopoly. Sorry, I keep calling Mark is Peopoly. Okay, so put screw in there. Screw in there. I'll keep for another 2 weeks. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of nice. Might look at something for more future builds, something like this. Those two. And this will go in here, and the magnet should basically hold it in place. Yep. We might have to tweak the screws that are holding this all together. What do we got? 11 minutes till filament giveaway time. Yeah, that looks pretty decent right like that. I'm not torquing these down, just tight. And then on the inside, we can, oops, same thing. Not torqued. Okay, are we ready? Ready here? Like those hinges. They are nice hinges. Absolutely. Huge, huge improvement when they went to these from the ones that were in the early models. This filament back up on here. Let's get the hinge, the door handle tightened up. I don't know what the instructions probably say, and it's probably up to personal preference, but whether the little thumb spot should be in or out is a good question. I'd put it out. Peel poly, yep. Peel poly, that works. You put it down? Okay. That, I can see that. Cool. Came to see what I could do your installation experience and hopefully first layers. May it ever be in my favor. Thank you. Okay, so that is done. Man, we might as well do the peel on the rest of it, huh? You ready? Get a real look at it. And this one. It does look good with those smoke panels. And can we see? Yeah, you can kind of see my hand in there. Okay. What do I want to do? Do I want to put this? I think I want to put this top panel together. Yeah. Let's put bits of the top panel together. So we have a couple of long extrusions. And the notable difference between these is this one has magnets. So, yeah, I mean, I can see the build plate through it. I can see the build plate through it. Okay, so that was, oh, that was the, so this is going to be, what is that? Horizontal beam A. It's going to go like that. This is going to go to the back. Probably like that. And then these are going to go to the sides. Like that. Like that. And then these all have screws for these, but two of them are going to, so it's going to be something like that. These are going to have the hinges for the front. So these will go something like that. And like this. Let's see if I'm, and then M4 fasteners to put all of these together. Another great use for the printer, temporary storage of credit cards and hard drives for disposal. So this is going to go this way, which means I've got all of these upside down. Since I'm putting this together this way, so I've got all of these upside down. So let me fix that real quick. I'm assembling this upside down here, so this has to go this way, so that the panel mounting flange is in the right spot. What do we got here? What you trying to show me there, Noah? Oh, yep. Thank you. I got you. I'll make sure I do that. Hey, Jeff. We did print something, but we are going to start another print before we're done. We've got 4 more minutes until we're giving away Polymaker filament. And then we're just kind of we're doing some bit of building today, or at least assembly, by putting the enclosure together for this. And I want this enclosure in for when I put it into its spot in the other garage anyway. So. Now you see, this is the front, and those are all the hinges and all the stuff. Magnets up, this up for the flange, so I don't forget. I'll turn that one around. What are we going to print as a model to get started? I should print those extra supports for the enclosure panels. I did for the other printer I had. I printed the extra supports for the enclosure, and they really did a good job. They were adequate. They were not too arduous to install after the fact. Do an overhang test. We can do that. Remember the way these go. I actually don't want to tighten these down yet. because the way they index into each other. I don't want them to all be tight. I'm just gonna take half a turn out of all of them. I will print a Steve's Cube, but I want it to be 5 color the first one I print. So the GP's made a really cool multi-color print that is my logo with some numbers on it, kind of following along the giveaway countdown. But I want it to be full color when I print it. Didn't you need a printed part for this printer? Well, that's a good point. So we'll do an overhang test. I think we should, because it's fun. That's the thing right now, right? And then you're right. I'll start all the panel support. I'll print those in this carbon fiber PET-D as well. Okay, so now that it's all together, all this can tighten up. Andy. Andy from Turkey, welcome. There is not a polygon facing side anymore, and I'm really not a fan of those anyway. I don't care to own any of them, and I don't. So, well, there's a whole tray of screws. Whole tray of screws. Okay, so that is the base top hat. We've got panels and we have printed indexing things. So these are going to go on here. But they get installed with these flatheads. Back making a sandwich. Oh shoot, it's giveaway time. It's 101. So we're gonna, if you haven't entered, link is in the pin post in the description. We're gonna throw these. Throw these on here real quick. So we're going to do that. We can do that overhang test. Remember, it's PET-G. So now this and Milo on my to-do list. There you go. One more, and then I'll switch over to giveaway mode. 5 parts for 4 legs. I think that's a spare. These are printed. It's probably a good idea to have a spare. I also wonder if these are supposed to have like a screw put in them for like reinforcing or anything. Are they supposed to? I don't know. 5 membership giveaway. Yep. After the giveaway, after the filament giveaway. Okay, let's switch gears. And this model is out there. You can print these. So, okay, nice 2 spares there. This is done. Let's give away some filament. Yeah, the printed pegs, I have no complaints on. They worked well on the previous enclosure I had. So whenever I do a Discord stage, be sure you make it, because this is the chances that folks had on Thursday. So keep an eye out for those. We gave away filament on Thursday, and this is how many people entered. Okay. We have all the folks here. Still have 400 people in here. We did not hit 300 likes. I'm sure we'll hit 300 likes before the end of the stream, though. I know, Maurice, I know. But there's just no other option unless I have the day off. Okay. I'm here this time. I missed the Discord chat because I missed the Tuesday live stream. Domino effect. Okay, so I will close the form when we haven't had a new entry in 3 seconds. So chances this stream are slightly less, by about a factor of 10. So 3, 2, there's lots of little, probably be reprinted. 3, 2, 1. No new folks. No new folks. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, I'm looking at the right one. Everybody's entered that wants to enter. Okay. We'll close this off. Oh, there's one. I have to restart at least once, right? 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay. There is not a stream every Thursday, Baron. I did a Discord stage streaming to update my Prusa 3.5 to a 3.9. So. Okay, who got in first? GJ, you got in first. And who got in the last entry? Aaron Fried. Aaron Fried got in last. Let's copy. And we have the Magneto X here. So let's do a number between 1 and 10. Let's do a number between 1 and 10 to shuffle this. And we play with the mic. Yeah, we got the mic fixed. It's like restarts of Windows. Let's go 1 and 10. 10 for Magneto X. Rudolph said 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and spin. Try to focus on one of Charlie's eyes when it spins. Redacted. Redacted. I recognize that name. Congratulations. Are you here, though? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Redacted. Congratulations. Redacted. Did Redacted give a... Redacted. There you are. Awesome. Congrats. Copy this. And we are good. Awesome. You will hear from me sometime between now and next Sunday. I'm trying to get better at it, but usually it ends up being Sunday morning. So, congrats. Okay, let's go back to this. And then we have panels to put on here. It's nice and easy being right here. Let's go with these first. It's more suitable to mount the printed parts onto the machine frame, or it may press on wires. Oh, that's different. That's different then. Okay. So what I'm being told is that we should have put these on the printer instead of link removal reminder. Thank you. What are the names under and above? I can't even read it either, and I just closed it. Actually, Let's see. Oh, yeah, I can't read it either. Actually, since it would have been Chavo Style and Daniel Mount were the two under on either side of redacted. Okay, unpin, and delete. Okay. And give away 5 memberships. I will in just a moment. Let me pull these printed parts off. This was a change from the previous version. This makes sense. I like the change. I did not notice any, JK Tech, but really every time from the beginning, I do a search on the winner, and if that name comes up more than once, and it has never, so there is some cursory check. Okay, so if we go back over here, these are going to go like on here. These get removed. There's caps on here now. This will go on here in the place of these caps. So those are going to do something like that. And what happens is when we've got them this side, this indexes into the frame there, like this. See ya, Andres. The printer is heavy, yes. Okay, we are, before I forget again, YouTube gives me 10 memberships to gift every month. I do one on the Tuesday stream and I do one on the Sunday stream. When I stop doing regular Tuesday streams, then I'll do them all here. So there we go. Gifting 5 memberships. So who do we got? And this month's Charlie's Angels stream, the member stream, will probably be the 31st. But keep an eye on it. I'll talk about it when it gets closer. So, big old thunderstorm rolling through. Now, I'm remembering I really need these printed parts because there's a printed part that goes in here that supports the bottom of these panels. Right now, they would only bolt in at the top. So I may put the rest of these pegs in and then we'll print all those parts as the thing we print. One of the things we print. Because we need those printed parts. And maybe I'll do that right now and we'll see how long that takes. See how long that print is going to take. So why don't we do this? Let's squirrel a little bit. Let's do some squirreling and get these swapped out. And get the print started. I mean, I could swap these out while the print is going, but that's probably not the greatest idea. Only takes a moment to get these. Now, what is the hole in these printed parts? Is that intended? Because it looks to me like it would be intended, so that some screw can be put in there for some reinforcement. Since it is the weak direction for the plastic. Is that what that is for? And is that something that I'm missing that I need to do? I don't know if... Get these all. Last one here, and then we're gonna switch over and make sure I have the latest version of make sure that I have the latest version of Orca Slicer installed, and we'll get something sliced up and printing. Okay. Let's go to the main menu. Go back to differential equations. See a Guillerme. Metal peg reinforcement. Yeah, like a screw would go in there. 2x4 braces in it to help. Let's get this out of the way. Let's go over here and let's see what version of Orca Slicer I have. Probably old. 1.7.0 beta. Actually, that's not true. I think we were messing with this, and that's the portable version that's on here. Let's go. Orca Slicer. There we go. 2.1.1. we went through this already. I think it was the positron build. Yeah, because we were printing a posi cube. So my Discord link is in the description, Blake. There's a link down there in the description for the Discord link. Okay, we are going to also want to come back to the enclosure, and I think, should there be a link here for some printed parts? I despise Windows 11. Yeah. There is. What do we got? Hold on. I got some messages. The connector. Oh, the connectors for those. I see. That's why that's there. I got it. I'll fix that. See you, Nobody One Kenobi. Is there a way to update Orca Slicer that I'm not seeing? I think there is a check for updates thing. Let's scroll down here. Install the door handles. This kind of stuff, I imagine, is still consistent between whatever they've changed. That's the top. And fix it to the main body. This is the filament inlet. There we are. Optional acrylic, these fasteners here. Are these all the same? Peopoly folks, Mark or Noah, are these still valid? I don't want to put these in if they're not going to work on the panels. Or is there a new printed part for these? Looks like there might be some different holes in here than what I'm used to seeing. Is there a new printed? Yeah, these look a little different to me. Let's see something. Here is the back. We got the back here. So what'll happen is this goes on here with the engraving in a terrible spot. And then there's an extra hole down here to screw in. We got to hold on. Okay. Yeah, I suspect looking at these, looking at the link here, I think there's some updated parts I should be printing. Not these, because this is different. Yeah, I manage an IT service and support group. That's my normal gig. While we're waiting for that, let's go over to Orca Slicer. And I think you go up here to File, and of course it's a it's not a 100% friendly multi-monitor application, but if you go to, is it over there? Maybe it's here. Help, and there is a check for updates. Now, I'm clicking File here. It's not coming up on this display because application issues. It's bringing up the context menu on a different display that I can't show. So if I click check for updates, it did pop up and said this is the newest version. But it would give an option for at least a link to go download it and install it. That part is outdated. I know it's outdated. It's just a question of if I can get the updated one. Can I get the updated one in time to print it here? Or do I need to do that later? If I need to do that later, then we're going to move on to just printing stuff and having fun printing stuff and calling it. So as we still wait for that, we're going to go over to printables. And do we have a quick link to the overhang test? Can we just search for overhang? Where is the latest one that they've been using? Everyone's been using. Does anybody know what I should search for to find the new one? Yep, I'm using Orca Slicer 2.1.1. Scandic? Is that what I'm searching for? Yeah, I want to look for the Prusa one. Is it under? I don't know what to search for. Some of this. There it is. Is this what I want? Is that a remix? Supports this guy here. Okay, let's download that. Let's throw this right out here. If we go here now and we say a new project, and I think we can go to printer, and how do we add a printer in here? That's the depot. It's not labeled well compared to how it was used in the marketing. No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Device. Oh, repair. How do I, okay, Orca Slicer is weird. How do I add a new machine? The button above Wi-Fi. There's no button above Wi-Fi. Okay. There we are. Printer selection. There we are. Device keyword. Magneto. With a 0.4 nozzle. Confirm. Okay. And then do we have a... We're going to add... Got this one? Aha. And we want... Peopoly Pet G, is this it right here? Peopoly Pet G C. Peopoly Magneto X. There we go. It's got to be that one. It's not pet. This is a carbon fiber. Okay. Excuse me. I hope that didn't come across too loud. Maybe it's a character limit on the menu choice. Could be. Could get rid of the Lancer part of it, but that's fine. And the rest of this, we're just going to go... Is there anything on this that says for settings? Anything to do for settings? Sorry, Mad Cat. The mouse trail hurts my brain. Oh, I know, but I mean, I can also hit Control and say, here's where my mouse is, everybody. This is just a stream thing. Okay, so if we now add that model... Ooh, that's a big print. Has to be stock to be fair. Your heart stops when you sneeze. Oh, if we go to the filament settings and cooling, is it fine to bump our cooling all the way up? Should be able to bump our cooling all the way up, right? Max fan speed threshold is only 40%. Should we go 100 and then just leave it there? Let's close that. Let's go here. We are going to say, yeah, that's Octo Clipper. And it is mainsail os.local for now. See if that tests. Why isn't it testing? Will that test? There we go. And is that just HTTP then? Test. There we are. Okay. The overhang threshold is already 95%. First spin and test and strips to try to solve my first layer issues. Didn't know that in French, but as you wish. As you wish just makes me think of the Princess Bride. And are we saying we want to leave this alone? Just see what happens when we leave this alone? What does this say? Cooling overhang threshold. Force cooling fans to be a specific speed when overhang degree of printed part exceeds this value. This is expressed as a percentage, which indicates how much width of the line without support from lower. So, and then fan speed for overhangs is 100. I see. So we can leave that alone. We can leave defaults then. Okay. So if we slice this, how long does it say it's going to take? Oh, and I should have this thing heating up. This is a 2-hour print. Is that normal? Is that normal for this to be a 2-hour print? I have a feeling I'm going to be waiting for these. We added the part to Discord, but it takes an hour to print. Recommended not printing it now. Well, I've got a part here that's going to take two and a half or almost 3 hours to print. It's pretty long. Okay. What do you guys want to do? So if we start this print, then we're probably pretty close to ending the stream after we watch it go down for a while. We'll hang out for a little bit, chat. The other thing is, I don't think we're going to go too much longer if I wait for this other print to finish either. So we could just do this, and then I'll print the enclosure stuff after. So we can do this then. Let's see. Whatever our filament? 220, what's the 70? Okay. So that's we're going to set that bed temp to 70. Dashboard. And back to 70. Oops. How about scaling it to 25%? Then it's not a proper test. It's not a proper test. Should it slow down? I think the idea is we want to print it with the default settings, right? Slow down for overhangs on. Do we want it to slow down for overhangs? This is here. Setting overrides. Filament. Is it under advanced? Nope. Should keep it default. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it default. We'll just do default. So that is warming up. Let's give a quick little wipe on the before it heats up. Let's see what this profile does for start G code as well. What is it doing for start G code? Let's go here and is this? Okay, so it's basically just starts the G code. We'll just let that do it then and see what I think and where I want to change. We will get a good camera view on this and watch it for a good bit of it. Watch it for a good bit of it, and I'll post a picture after. You ever jump on the basketball craze and print one? I haven't, the GPs, but I just saw that a model that they put out there. I think it was, so this is the printed basketball. And I think I was just out here looking at printables, and actually I went here and there's a link in here that caught my eye. I think it was recently. There's a basketball in here. I was looking for things to print, I believe. And I'll search for it here in a second if I can't just scroll to it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right here, but there was a link. Let's just search for basketball. And which one was it? It wasn't any of these. There was a link with what looked like a pretty good, maybe airless. And they had a recommendation for some filament, and I ordered that filament, so I'm gonna try it, but I don't remember exactly which link it was now. Yeah, but that filament that they actually recommended was out of stock. So there was an alternate Flex PLA on Amazon that I ordered to give it a try. But I don't remember which, let's try most popular maybe. I don't remember which link it was. I thought it was a white ball was the thumbnail. And it wasn't any of these. Yeah. I don't remember which one it was. But go here. We're approaching. Let's get our. We're still loaded. We're still loaded. There was some special, I don't remember what the material was. And it might have been the company that made this material that posted this file. But they did post an alternate Flex PLA off Amazon as well, so. But it looked interesting and I wanted to print it. And I think that filament's supposed to be here today, the Flex PLA off Amazon. Oh, and I didn't do a PID tune on this. Okay, where are we at? So let's go ahead and I think we'll do this because this worked really well as a general view anyway. Get it in here. Not. Oops. Let's try that. Let's home it all. Grab the ooze off of there. Maybe I'll try printing that basketball on here. I'll try printing that basketball on here. That sounds like a good idea. Okay, and QGL. And we'll just have it load the mesh that we saved. So I think we'll be okay. We did hit our 300 likes, so that's good. Yeah, let me do what little bit I can and lock the wheels on here. 2 of them lock, but it's still, I mean, they're casters. They're my shoes. I'm pretty sure that the file was not full-size basketball. So, and while this is doing its thing, I'm gonna just kind of browse through and see if I can find the file I found I had seen before. How are you liking this printer so far? It's interesting. It's cool. It did not make it into my regular rotation of prints because it took me a long time to get the enclosure going, and most of my prints are ABS and such. I did print a ton of booth giveaway stuff for open source on it though, on the previous one. So now with this going, it'll hit some regular prints from me, for me. So ask me again in a few weeks. Which one was this? I have some large ABS projects for this printer. Will the temp be an issue on the linear motors? I don't think so. If Mark's still around, are there any concerns with temperature and linear motions and stuff? It is pretty quiet, Shaz. All of the sound you hear when this is running is from the fans. Okay, this is up to speed. Let's just go ahead and send it. So let's print and upload and print. And it should get over there. Then we can just do this. It'd be also, I want to put a chamber thermistor on here and see what it gets to in there. So what is it? I think it's probably heating the hot end right now. Yeah, it's heating the hot end. This needs tweaks to the start G code. There's no reason for this to be instantly heating to print temperature. Is the bed CNC machined? What do you mean by that? It is a big 9mm thick bed. Keep it under 80, it should be fine. I think you'd have to do some extreme insulation and stuff to get this thing up to 80, I'm guessing. Although that is a big heater. That's a good point. While we're waiting for that to heat up and get started, what are we go to printer config. Is the bed heater defined in here? Heater bed. We are at, yeah, they're not restricting it at all. So it is 100%. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now this is PET G, so we'll see how this does. It should do the same type prints in PLA. Hey, Adam. That's a good first layer. I haven't baby stepped this, so I'm happy with that. Thanks for being a member. Where was basketball? Was this it? Oh, this might be it. Nope, this isn't it. Darn it. Where did I find that? If I have to, I just need the thing to print and not stall out air like 1 to 3 hours. Is that first layer at 14? Is that first layer at 14? What do you mean? Oh, this whole thing moves so much. Oh, default has a Z offset at minus 0.14. I don't know. Notice the purge line is really fat, much wider than a regular print. This is camp, is what's generating the purge line. The clipper adaptive mesh and purge. I'm almost certain that I found that basketball just by browsing the latest model stuff. Just kind of scrolling through that, but I'm not seeing it. Take the wheel locks off and see where it goes. So this was an airless ball. In the description, they had a flexible PLA recommended off of Amazon. I don't think I downloaded it. I think I was just browsing it and then ordered the filament and made a mistake of not saving where I was. I didn't think it would be this hard to find again. You browse a lot since, search your history. I don't think I was on this computer either. Excuse me. And it wasn't the NBA one. It was another. You don't clear your browser history, try searching there. Yeah, it wasn't on this computer. Pretty positive it wasn't on this computer. I feel like it should have been that one. I'm not going to install the top hat because I need the printed parts for the top hat. Let's see. Can you throw up the Clipper screen so I can see how fast it's running? Well, we can go over to Orca Slicer and see what we told it to first. This is the default Orca Slicer speeds. See you, Nogarot. Overhangs, travel speeds, looks like it's 10,000 millimeters per second, excels, defaults. Those are the default Orca Slicer profile. Make it lab. Let's go back to that. Make it. Events. Oh boy. There's a lot of, do you know what I would actually search for? Because I'm trying to search for Make It Lab doesn't have a search. This is a 0.4. This is a 0.4 nozzle in it right now. We're gonna try 946488. That's it. That's the file. Thank you. That is the one. Here you go. Thank you, Crow Guy. That's exactly the one. By Make It Lab. When I searched for Make It Lab, it came up with 0 results. Yeah, the longer hot end comes with a 0.6, the GPs. So I was gonna print this. Because the double lattice caught my attention, because I bounced the official airless basketball at Rapid, and there was more geometry into it than just a perforated sphere. The official ones are really cool. They do bounce really well, but they don't tell you a whole lot about the specifics. Rightfully so. But yeah, well, I'm going to try printing this one. Search from within models does not search for users. Search from the main printables page does. Well then. How weird was the airless basketball? It was interesting. I mean, it wasn't, compared to an actual basketball, I haven't played in a long time, but put a big jingle bell in the center. Hey, Eric, welcome. When are we going to go over to Burning Barrel? Isn't that this coming weekend? They having an event over there? Tomorrow? Tomorrow is what? Oh, are we? Rodney never confirmed, is he? I'm down. I'm down. Hey, Ballador. It's the same or similar, but shooting is very different. Yeah, there was no hoop to shoot at. Yeah, see if you can confirm. That's definitely curling up a bit. I don't know. I mean, it looked like it from the edge. It is curling a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. We are doing the crazy overhang test, yep. We will not finish it. We're gonna... Krusty, are you still around? A FAR test would be with PLA. A fair test, yeah. I agree. This is just the the filament I have in here. And it's worth it. We'll see what it does, and then we'll do one with PLA and we'll compare them. If it survives, because it is curling a bit. But remember, this is PET G. This is not the ideal filament for this. While bounce and physics with it is supposed to be near identical, but the feel and sound is what's throwing people off from what I've heard. The sound is very different. I was bouncing it on hard carpeted floor. It wasn't like a court or even concrete, but it does have a definitely a different sound. There's a bug in Orca bamboo slicer that treats those perimeter overhangs as bridges, making it worse than it is. Okay. I'm not sure this will even finish. Because it is curling up, and it might be due to some of the things you're talking about there. Nero did it on the Magneto with the PET GCF. Did it survive? And did he use Orca as the... And here you go, Bellador. This is the link you were asking for. Oh, he did it on the Pantheon. Yeah. It's doing them. I don't know if it's like a champ, but it's also, like we've said, it's not an ideal setup here. I can hear it clicking. I can hear it catching somewhere on the edges. I don't think there's an official Prusa Slicer profile for this, but I'm going to make one probably. Not official, but I'll make one from something. Upgrades coming to address that. It is curling up. Mm-hmm. It is. It is catching. It's just catching on the nozzle. It's not, I mean, it's really not doing too bad. It's the way that this... Does that make any cooling going? Oh, it's not cooling at all. There's zero cooling going on. There's no part cooling. There's no part cooling. Our part cooling fan is 0. This is not going to end well. Well, and this is something about this, the way this sliced is not great. Mark, did you send me the updated enclosure files? Burning Barrel is a good place, Bill. It's delicious. Yeah, this is 0 part cooling right now. Let's give it some part cooling and see what happens. Jetstream is the blanket air from the side little squirrel cage fan. I'm turning it on. Well, I just turned it on. It's turning it off. The slicer is screwing it up. The slicer is actually setting 0 fan. So I'm just going to cancel this. I don't think this is going to be a representative test of this, and it's not going to be fair to show something with, like you guys were just saying, this Orca Slicer doesn't handle this the same way. I don't see a mark. I don't see a message from Noah with files. I'll need to reslice it. It's not installed at the moment. No, I don't own it, the GPs. I'm probably going to order it. It is interesting looking. That is 0 fan. So that's what it was doing with 0 fan. That's the overhang. Yeah, I want to do I want to do this now properly sliced, but I'll do that another time. So with the PC fan, it would have done an awesome. We'll see. I was hoping for some files for this enclosure, but I don't think it's actually sent them, Mark. Unless they're in... Oh, that's that. That's... That's the light bar. Was the filament giveaway yet? Yep. Yep, we did that. It does look like a Reese's cup. It does. Yeah. I'd like to start. There are two, no, there's one. There's one linear motor for Y. Oops, sorry about that. So here's, this side is the linear motor. This has a rail that it runs on to track. Be right there. Okay. Thanks, Mark. I think the cooling overhang angle is over 90% in filament section. I think it should be in range of 0 to 90%. But it should still have fan just for general part cooling, and it was turning it off. What was doing that? Let's see. So if we go to the filament and cooling, our minimum speed should have been 5. That probably should have been higher. There it is. Okay. I need both of these. Let me save these. Save these. It's the filament profile. Yeah. I will play around with that later. In the meantime, let's, oops, I don't want that. Let's go back to prepare. Let's delete this and let's add. Does Orca support importing step files? Yes. Components inside not because the unsupported text encoding may appear. Okay. There's that. How many of these do I need? Have you heard of the LH Stinger? I have. I just don't have room yet in the build. So that's what we have. Oh, I see what that is. Okay. How many of these do I need of each, Mark? Let's see what they are. How many do I need? I will ask here. I have the double Y steppers and it's fast. Yeah, it's a cool printer. It's just a matter of fitting it in. Well, let's see. How many am I going to need? I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 16 of those, and it looks like 3 of the other. I think it's 16 and 3. Oh, yeah, I won't need them for the, you're right. I need, it says 12? 12 of each? I only see 3 spots I can use that one. Let's clone. Let's add 2 more of those. And this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of that one. Yep. 12 of this one. Clone. 11 of those. And arrange. So that's what we should be able to print. You're going to build a door on belt. It's not on the docket yet. 3 for round, 12 for the others. I can math too. Let's go back here. This, oh, it's, oh, I never actually stopped it. So let's stop that now. leave this at 70. Let this warm up to 170. I don't know why I picked 170. That's just what I did. Let's take all of this out. There we go. Bye-bye. Then slice it. How long does this say it'll take? 46 minutes. Print, upload, and print. It's not going to take long. It's the first time I'm seeing you. Thanks for everything. We'll see you soon. Thanks, Blake. Surely it counts as a Voron and you need to complete the set. It does not count as a Voron. It's a Doron. I wouldn't mind having a Delta in my collection, honestly. And a small Delta is appealing, but we'll see. And that Stinger is a cool printer. Kiloprints showed theirs to me at Rocky Mountain. It's just a matter of fitting things in. And I've got a long list of things I've wanted to print or build for a long time. Tic Tac is a big one, the biggest one that comes to mind. And I've been promising that build for a very long time, and I need to make do on that promise. I'm gonna sneak in here and grab that. Scroll up and read message about checking the printer config. Off below in the fan section might be higher than the minimal van value in the profile. That's why the printer turns the fans off. You have a list of builds? Well, there's lots of things I could build. Oh, awesome. See you there, Leo. So Vice is the Voron International Community Event. It's being held in, and that's looking good. It's being held in Reno, Nevada on October 4th and 5th, I think it is, or that weekend. Aluminum stock. Thanks, Daniel. So it's a hangout. It's not a big, like, vendor. No vendors are going to be there, that kind of thing. It's just kind of a hangout and chat and whatever with Voron folks and others enthusiasts. Gonna use Ender 3 Pro or V2 and do upgrades from AliExpress. Might try to make that one only 13-hour drive or so. There you go. You should. 5th and 6th. 4th is setup day, huh? Yeah. Or actually, it's not setup day. We have to wait until the Saturday morning to set up. Need a smidge. So part of it is there's no like vendor booths. There's no like specific content creation. It's really a community event. Come hang out. There's going to be some talks, some technical talks. There will be like Kevin from Clipper is going to be there. Roger from Danger Clipper is going to be there. We're going to have a Phoenix or two there. We're going to have I'm planning a little print tuning contest. Things like that. Friday's the day to take the wife to a bunch of quilt stores. There you go. I don't really have any thoughts on the Soval SV08. It's another printer out there I'm not interested in. yeah, it's cool. I commend them for doing the open source thing on it, making sure that it's that it does adhere to open source standards. I don't agree with the heavy marketing that it's like a Voron, but that's fine. Yeah, I don't have one. I don't really have any other real thoughts or comments on it. I like that I like their commitment to being inspired by the Voron project and helping out with that. That's cool. Appreciated. Yeah. Well, that first layer is great. I'm not seeing any concerns with it. I don't believe so, WT Cook. There is no, like, agreement, no expectation for any of that. There is no, like, if you want to be inspired by, you got to donate, or it is all 100% voluntary on any company or any individual that wants to do that. Filament tube through the chain. I'm curious too, Leo. I'm curious too, but I'm reserving judgment until either it works just fine for an extended period of time or I have trouble with it. So I'm going to assume that it's going to work just fine until it doesn't. It makes it nice and clean. If it works fine, I'd be thrilled. And by a well hot end with screwed filament, yeah. I mean, the want to have a Voron, then build a Voron, don't buy it inspired by a machine. If it works fine and it's an entry into printing, I have no problems with it. I think they're probably doing a better job with the community and what they're doing than FL Sun. FL Sun not allowing SSH access into their printing is absolute garbage, and people should be taking them to task on that. Folks that have it and can't get access as they should to a clipper-based machine is not acceptable. So got a reply from my contact. They're waiting on a reply. Yeah, they don't want to. I don't know what the motivation is. I mean, the motivation, sure, but what the thought process is on that. And the only way we're gonna do anything about it is just don't support them. Don't buy it. If they're going to take advantage of the open source community, then don't support them. There's nothing that says they need to give back, but there is all kinds of things that say that they need to provide their changes, provide access to their source. I don't have any FL Suns either, and it really irritates me. Is this printer considered an HBOT? It's not considered any of those because there's no belts. Those systems describe belt routing, Garrett. So there's no belts. It's just a linear motor printer. My belt tension on this printer is the best it could possibly ever be. How fast does this be with dual Y, I wonder? I would only imagine that there would be an improvement if there was actually some limitation that we hit at any reasonable flow rate. Is that another one Magneto to open? No, that's just the box. The box this came in is behind me. How quiet? It's basically fans. I can turn sound filtering off again while it's sitting here printing. Noise suppression is off, and I'll get over here. I'll get right up on in this. It's printing with no fan right now. No part cooling fan. I'm gonna switch over to a Prusa slicer profile for this. Yeah, that's true. We'll see how this turns out. It's a pretty rigid setup here, the GPs. There are, on this side, on the linear motor side, there are 2 carriages, and there's just one following along on the other side. I don't know how much weight the tool head how much the tool head weighs. I don't know. Thanks, Noah. If you're listening, those are perfect. I kind of figured that's how it went. That's basically how the old parts went. Can I bump, if I bump these speeds up, well, is it just going to immediately turn the fan speed down? Let's see if it leaves. There's no overhangs or anything, so I'm hoping I'll just put the fan on and let it just be on for the rest of the thing. Just weird, it's driven only on one side. I like things symmetric, yeah. Multi-material system in the works for this? I don't know. Could you do an input shaper test on both sides, one close to Y and one on the opposite side? I don't know, does input shaper work with this at all? So with no belts, is there less chance of a layer shift? They are closed loop motors, so you shouldn't run into anything that's going to be a layer shift without it pulling an air. Who won the filament? Redacted. It's redacted. Is that still? Yeah, the slicer is messing with the fan speed. So we'll see how these prints turn out. The default slicer needs work, Mark. The default slicer profile needs work. If it's not running any fan on this print, by default it was running this with 0 fan. So Whoever's contributing that profile, it needs work. Oh, your hand got in the way? That's not good. Well, this is cool. I'm pleased. I am pleased. I'll get the enclosure finished up and get it in place and get stuff printing. I wonder if my filament arrived yet. That Flex PLA. We're gonna probably go another 10 minutes or so. There is a Meet the Maker. West 3D is doing a Meet the Maker stream at 4 p.m. So an hour and 40 minutes from now. And Mandic Reilly, Alan, will be on as the guest. So he'll be the first person there as an in-person guest. Lighting just right to see it's slightly off. What's slightly off? There we go. This stream will push people into that stream when I end it, but it's going to push you over there about an hour and a half before they start. So, oh, your layer shift, I see. Fully geared up, otherwise I want to attempt to ride. Oh, yeah. Print's looking good. I've got it's running like 13% fan right now, and it is running. So it's getting a little bit of cooling. How would you make this less wobbly? What's the best table? One that's not on wheels. A table not on wheels would be a good place to start. What time are you ending the stream? I'm probably in another 10 minutes. Armor 3D. And this is Pet G. This is Pet G carbon fiber. And this is Peopoly Zone Pet G carbon fiber. I've never shied away from filled materials in 0.4 nozzles, and I've never had a problem with the GPs. Everything I've ever printed in carbon fiber filament has been through a 0.4 nozzle. And that's been atomic ABS, the glass filled from Thetis, the glass filled from, or the carbon fiber stuff from 3DO, this stuff. What other filled? There's probably been some carbon fiber filled nylons I've printed. Yeah. Have you tried tungsten carbide nozzles? I own one, but I got an Undertaker. I bought one from West 3D. I actually don't know where it is, and I never managed to get it into a printer before it's sitting somewhere, and I've never actually installed it. Pushing 2.5 kilograms of PET GCF from Peopoly. Haven't had a single clogger jam using the 0.4, yeah. A bunch of Soraya PAHTCF through a 0.4. Yet to try nylon or carbon fiber, let alone together. See ya, Brendan. Sparta 3D ASA is long strand, can be iffy on 0.4. So my first experiences with carbon fiber filled was like the Pryline PC polycarbonate CF. I don't know what blend that was. It was iffy on, it produced some really pretty parts. But depending on what roll you got, it might have been, had some variation. But then I did a lot of printing with atomic carbon fiber ABS and really liked it. But this is doing good. I'm really happy. The Friday reception, need to plan the drive that would allow me to participate. We have some super deals on PLACF that does clog on 0.4. If you know how to print it on 0.6, it prints beautiful. TC had similar conductivity to brass. Best surface we have seen for carbon fiber filament on that PLA stuff with a 0.6, huh? Oh, yeah, I mean, the other one is the Soraya Tech glass fiber ASA that, I mean, I printed all the parts for the black box with that and all with a 0.4 nozzle and no problems. Hey, Maker Viking, welcome. Oh, now it's ramping up the fan for some bridging. That's one thing I think Orca Slicer kind of fails on, is it treats some features as bridging that I don't think should be. And it makes this pulsing sound that's really irritating when you've got a loud fan printing in the room and it's treating the top layer over some infill as full fan bridging. I think that filaments is kind of new for Soraya Tech, Ballador, or at least the ready availability of it. And just an FYI, Soraya Tech and Peopoly are owned by the same person. Oh, Robert Cohen just made a video on that, on the cooling thing, or what? What cam you using for printer view? This camera right here. This is my Sony A6400. Is it 6400? Yeah. That's my A6400. With just the kit lens. See ya, Oscro. I'll have to look up Robert's video. Ooh. Can you hear that? That was 100% fan. The noise suppression is off right now, so you should have been able to hear that. Soraya Tech Blue, great on its own, amazing as a blend with other resins. Yeah. One thing I have not heard, Kisker, is power supply fans. I have not heard power supply fans. I'm gonna turn noise suppression back on. You got the hint. I am very happy that power supply fans seem to be under control. The ambient right now is pretty chilly. I've got the air conditioning running. The outside is reporting 84 degrees Fahrenheit. My Sensibo is reporting 69.6 degrees in here. Are fanless power supplies okay for trying? Sure, if they're rated for it. Wasn't here for the whole stream, but does this printer have an Auto Z feature? Yes, and it uses a load cell for the probe. My PSU fan was loud. I modded it by cutting off the grill, sticking an knock to a 60. Yeah, hit 102. Those might be handy to be available, Mark. A little thinner than a 4020, but still blow a ton of air. Yeah, this is about 50% done. We got a lot out of this stream. Awesome. Thanks, Mech. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this view here, but I do want to appreciate everybody for hanging out for this little 4.5 hour unboxing, set it up, get things going. I'm gonna move this printer over to my other garage into its own little stand. So Tuesday, once again, we're gonna be back on the Trident. We'll get some things configured, get it homing, that kind of stuff. Big thanks for all the gifted memberships and new members today. Thank you to Peopoly for inviting me into the pre-release testing on this. And I'm glad to have my production unit here now. And we'll start using it. So thanks to Polymaker for the filament giveaway. And I think thanks to everyone for watching. So I'm gonna take off and hope you have a good rest of your weekend and week, and hope to see you on Tuesday. And big thanks to Mark and Noah for hanging out here and answering a bunch of questions. So take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.